Per. Ja, det er jo en blueprint. Det står ikke infinite, men det står bare det er en blueprint per gravmag du skal lage. Så vidt jeg vet. Nei, som sagt, den første får man jo gratis for at du skal kunne gjøre profit taker, og så jeg fant ut jeg trengte flere for å putte på i en bedre archgun, og derfor må bare vi gjøre ferdig researchen. Ja, nei, bare se Altså si at inviten ikke fungerer skikkelig i dag. Ja, nei, da er Hva faen er det å gjøre den Ja, nei. Gjøre de Passanio lignende med rando, så det høres ikke spesielt gøy ut. På option så var det vei. Neida, men da gjør på aften. Jo da, men syns de bare ikke er det er ikke en det er ikke en enjoyable solo experience. Det er for mye krongling til at jeg gidder det i alle fall. Ja, nei, siden det var en mangel på det overnaturlige, så måtte menneskeheten lage sine egne demoner, ikke sant? Ja, nei, det var jo det en av de der sånne bok i en eller annen teksten i Cyberpunk var sånn bare, ja, nei, det finnes en siden det der for å beskrive basically the Black Wall. Jo, men altså i Cyberpunk, du vet jo, den der Black Wall er jo den der AI-ene som er holdt på plass ut av en sånn der firewall. Så det er det nærmeste du kommer det overnaturlige, og det overnaturlige er skapt uten menneskeskapt. Så er det noe med den at på grunn av mangel på det overnaturlige har mennesket laget sin egne eventyrskapninger. Den duren. Som er jo litt sånn slightly disturbing. Akkurat som de at tydeligvis så var hele hele harboren bare dekket av eller halvparten av sjøen bare dekket av det basically var dekket av nanobots som lagde miner overalt. Men det er jo det samme med mange sånne her settings. Det er sånn her at ender opp med det mennesket som står bak i bullshit man sliter med.
What we all thought were warts turned out to be something a bit worse.
Faen nå, faen din gnom! Død. Damn it. Makes you wonder who is the real monster.
fairer. Tether neatly snapped. Enviable.
So a couple of times these things just took me. You're something I wanted, something I needed.
Deimos is unfolding before us like a puzzle box. I must have more samples. Indeed. See you around.
That's quite enough, shall we? Oh well, can't be helped. I'll be right here, gathering dust.
Mm, 20. Okay, one more dose of that. That's a determinoid. More Tavaroid. Purge Draconic. What can Liz make? One Piece. Mm. Dang it. Yoink. Draconoid. Nope. Nope. Mm. It gives me or raid slightly possibly unreliable. Nej, alltså...
Microphone muted. Microphone
Den her mining-raideren, den er ikke alltid helt pålitelig. Eller den er pålitelig med å vise at det er noe som kan mines. Det er bare den at det er ingen garanti at det er på et sted som er mulig å nå. Det er som, ja, nei, pip, 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 ja, nei, oh, wait, den tingen er under bakken, oh, wait. Den ene noden kunne bare ikke interaktes med, og så videre, det er sånn det bare... Okay. Ja, nei. Du kan joine folk, men du kan ikke invite, basically. Ja. Her sier du noe. Vi må nok frem... Session not found. Det der.
You have chosen to support the Grenadier in his fight. Eliminate all threats.
Vi skal se på karakteren min nå. Jo da, men bare som holy shit. Denne her, kan bare si sånn, denne her archgunnen er latterlig stor. Jeg vil. Så. Nei, som bare godt. Jeg kjenner ikke igjen denne setpisen. Veldig HMS.
Broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
corpse are us.
has upset the balance of power. Another job well executed.
Nei, sånn finnes aliens. Nei, det er bare ting laget av Orokin. Så. Ja, nei, jeg hadde Det er egentlig litt vel mange sci-fi-historier som basically boils down to mennesket ble laget av noen som ser ut som mennesker, og sånn her typisk, også kalles gjerne forerunners. Så omtrent mestparten av tiden så er ting som har mennesker å gjøre i sci-fi. Det er alltid et utgangspunkt i en eller annen genetisk etterkommer etter noen etter ancient aliens. Akkurat som i sånn her pseudo-arkeologi, hvor det går alltid pyramidene må være laget av aliens, for det er ingen måte eller hyperavansert samfunn. Og det er på ingen måte at folk er i stand til å bli veldig gode på å manipulere stein etter sånn på flere tusen år med kunnskap. Neida, det kan det ikke være. Kan ikke bare ha at liv og lignende bare er spontant. At det ikke er en eller annen rase som står bak hele sånne seeding of the universe.
Another job well executed.
Nei. Jeg kan nevne minst 10 forskjellige versjoner ut av Ancient Aliens, men det ville være spoiler, så nei. Det vil være setting spoilers, men yeah. Men det er vel en grunn til hvorfor det er så populært på sosiale medier at arkeologer som driver og over aliens, the great flood, ancient super civilization. Min tantes sokkeskuffe. Ja. Nei, også denne zoom-in-mekanikken så den er ikke alltid like convenient heller. Det kan være litt sånn klønete å zoome inn på enkelte planeter av og til.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them. Interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here.
Ja. Sikkert du kom opp med noe bedre løsning. Men jeg tar og gjør donuts og wheelies på fienden.
You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and extract our target.
Oh, no!
Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
Den satt pisen igjen, ja. Nei. Det er knockdown sånn der rommet med is og faenskap. Ja. På grunn av Mekka, det er alltid like moro. Nei. You must show respect to your enemy to know. Oh yeah, then also desecrate. Sånn er bare, you must worth your opponent. Desecrate the corpses.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them. Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
Ja. Mission failed successfully, ikke sant? I understand I understand how this is supposed to be done. I'm a skillful stealth ninja, right? De markørene er ikke alltid de helt... av og til de går seg litt vill. Så var det også viktig å bli litt sånn der slått ned underveis også, ikke sant?
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
It's that time again, dreamers.
Ja.
I tried on those arc wings of yours, you know? They do grip tight in the hips. If you ever felt like... Never mind.
Ja, nei.
I need you to sabotage the reactor's complex system. Start by removing the coolant cells.
Vi må... Oi, det ser ut som vi skal opp. Ja, så forbi denne reaktortingen, og så hoppe. Nei. Noe som dunker i taket, det var viktig det. Ja. Så det var opp trappen her, og rundt et hjørne. Sånn, ja. Jeez.
The reactor is going into stasis. Now is your chance to complete this sabotage. Use whatever you can to make sure it never works again. The reactor has gone critical. Get to extraction.
Wow, det var ikke helt enkelt. Der, ja. Holy shit. Han plutselig master litt kontroll over karakteren.
The machines are coming to life. There's Kuba in the air. Words out of his shell like that. Put it back.
we?
Jo da. Bare man gjennomfører mission. Det står ikke noe om at du må ha kuvaen. Ja, nei, det var jo... det var vel en XCOM, men det var jo denne... Ja, nei, du bare trykker tab, og så plutselig så skippet den hele loadingen. Jeg har ikke noe overhengende mangel på kuva av alle ting. Ja, nei, det synes jeg. Kuva-cypheren er bare... Det er en sånn der... veldig inconvenient måte å få kuva på. Og i tillegg så bruker jeg ikke så jævlig mye kuva til å gjøre noe heller. Så bare den weekly det å kjøpe for de der de sliversene, det gir jo meg så å si bortimot alt jeg trenger. Right, så var det bare å dumpe de der memory core'ene opp i den der griden. Det er bare å dumpe det opp i en av disse her greiene.
Well done, Tenno. But you have to completely cripple this facility to halt raptor production. Keep at it.
Så hva gjør de det en gang til?
A devastating hit. Now,
Ja, nei.
the factory is in ruins. Dealt a critical blow to the Corpus war machine.
Ja, nei, det var bare spil her. Press L3. Press this button to drop. Vanligvis er det en firkant, men nei da. Det er våpenswitch. Jo, nei, men for pengene skal droppe, så må det våpenswitch, men skal kaste, så er det en annen knapp. Oh no, I must avenge these poor machines.
You Tenno, your action has consequences.
My Spurg is freaking out.
What?
Nei, det var samme. Skal det være litt ammo? Jeg vet ikke om det teller for... ok. Meanwhile, jeg ser denne stealth-tingen hans er litt sånn genial, fordi at jeg kan opprettholde den med grattleren. Bare, evade. You can't see the big, even the man-sized gun gunning you down. Oi. Jeg tror ikke vi kommer til å greie dette. Det forresten er jo litt sånn interessant kombo. Poenget hvis du bruker man bruker ulten til man bruker voidslen, denne her gunneren du har, ikke sant? Og så har man også den warframe som gir, den sånn som han her, han slenger ut denne ATN som gir buff til, som gir weapon punch og litt sånn. Right, så det fungerer ikke med, så det er ikke en exalte på den måten. Ok, så det er ikke en exalte, nei, det er bare en ability, ja. Altså.
I make exceptions for the exceptional.
Så kommer complete scans og fly hesten tilbake igjen, ja. Men hadde vært greit å kombinere den med eventuelt den der defeated orovirm. Right. Nei, jeg har vel ikke den... Ja, nei, fordi at jeg har ikke... Jo, men jeg har bare ikke jeg tror ikke jeg har bare vel ikke unlocket mulighet til å tilkalle hesten utenfor Duviri. Ja, nei, den er... Jeg synes ikke den hesten er så veldig genial å bruke. Den er egentlig litt treig, litt uresponsiv og litt klønete. Men jeg har bare ikke... Men jeg har bare ikke unlocket muligheten til å tilkalle hesten andre steder. Ja, du må nok bruke nok sånne intrinsic, skulle jeg til å si. Ja, nei, den er out of bounds, så. Ja, nei. Men den er uansett en litt sånn toskete. Den føles bare så funksjonalitetmessig clunky og treig. Derp. Ja, nei, mat, det er kanskje en ting, ja. Jeg burde stappe noe i ovnen. Ja, jeg bare driver med crotch mining. Oh, wait. Yeah. Nei. Jeg må huske å rushe denne tingen som tar et minutt å lage. Men det er ultimate platinum trap, ikke sant? Sifroneroid. Og Admiral, ok. Men i alle fall veldig enkelt å finne en mining spot på i Overvallis, da. Du bare velger å starte der, så den første tunnelen, det bare i utgangen av tunnelen, så møter du på masse støff. Det er sånn, ok. Det er sånn det bare gå i, entre, du møter på, de eneste 3 fiender møter på, det er noen sånne der ormer. Det er sånne der Parasite-sak som hatcher, så kommer 3 gnomer bort og hopper bort fra gulv, og that's it. Så det er bare gå i mål, exite, og så bare joine igjen, og så får du alt man trenger. Omtrent. Det er litt sånn, ja, derp.
My only interest. I'm also interested in mining. Mining is good. See you again, Chip. Chip, we are good friends. Citrine was made out of minerals? I wish I was made out of minerals.
Men ja, Rania Crystal, Balearic Crystal.
Playing it together. We will build the future.
Right, det går liksom an å unlocke Citrine, ja. Det virker som en litt en ny ressurs du må drive og farme på et bestemt sted, ok. Jeg kan det genialt hvordan gjerne ofte med enkle ganger det er ofte enklere å bare unlocke prime-versjon enn en basic-versjon. Ja. Ja, nei. Ja, nei, det er bare et par greier her og der som bare er sånn det å kjøre relic void relics er bare ofte mer convenient. Spesielt også med tanke på det at hvis du har en capture, så er det jo ferdig på sånn 2 til 3 minutter. Ja da, nei. Ja, nei. Men det er veldig hitten, det er veldig tilfeldig. Det er veldig tilfeldig fra når det ble laget og hvilken ting det snakker om. Det var den verste biten det samme. Ja, nei. Alt etter som hvilken årgang det er, ikke sant? Nei, så ikke alltid like convenient. Ja, det gjør jeg nok. Det håper jeg nå. Clutch mining. Admiral og så var det siffran. Red mining veins and resource containers. 14 4 ganger. OK. 4 times. Right. I'll start up that thing, and then we're gonna do his thing.
Microphone muted.
What are these movies? So many movies have come out recently that you probably haven't even heard of.
Did this play in theaters?
Maybe?
Did it make any money?
It lost tons of money.
It lost all the money.
What are these movies? What is it?
Where did this come from?
Who made it? Who saw it?
Even God doesn't know.
This movie came out when?
What about this?
Where is it?
Who paid for it?
Did the cast and crew work for free? Now I know why actors do GoFundMes for their coffins.
This one's got movie stars. You've never heard of it.
How? Why?
What about this one?
And then they'll still run shows like all of your Chicago Fires and Chicago Paramedics and.
Why is it all Chicago?
I don't know.
It's always Chicago.
Everyone shoots those shows in Chicago. Maybe it's cheap to shoot there or something. But procedural dramas, Matlock with what's her face,
Kathy Bates. Yeah.
Shows like that will still be on broadcast until that generation dies. Then it's going to all switch to like streaming platforms and blah 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 blah. And it's there was someone sent us like a clip from something, and this is a whole nother topic. It was an app on your phone called like Short Flicks or something like that, and it was fascinating because the clips were like they were like young actors in these like lame drama scenes.
Please, help me!
Is that my mate?
And of course they're all framed for your phone. and it's like a movie is like 14 minutes long, like a movie. And they were like kind of low production value.
You are a liar who cheated on me with his assistant, stole from my company, and killed my daughter.
But it's like the more of these movies you want, you get like coins.
Oh, God.
And then the more coins unlock more content. And it was totally like a cynical, like, how do we appeal to content to young people? How do we get content out to young people? It's like very Quibi-ish. So anyways, the point was of our intro, transition. We're in a transitionary period where it's all kind of rough. And
Well, it's we've said before that if theaters want to survive, which I think in the long run they probably won't. It'll become a niche thing. There'll still be theaters, but the age of like the way movies have always been, like that's basically over. But we've said like if you want to keep theaters alive, you need a mix. You need the big tentpole movies mixed with mid-budget movies. But I think we need to amend that because as the intro showed, what are these movies? These are the
tentpole.
Only tentpole movies. Everything else goes to streaming. I think that's the world that it's going to be soon.
Of course, there's things like this. The Super Mario Galaxy movie coming out is guaranteed. A Jurassic World, whatever kind of IP is guaranteed tentpole. But then there's like every now and then there's one that just kind of pops.
Well, there's like Sinners.
Sure.
Like that
sure.
did really well.
That I think was also guaranteed because of the stars in it and Ryan Coogler, directed Marvel movies.
Yeah. The studio didn't take a chance on like an unknown filmmaker. There's someone who's made Black Panther movies. Right. So there's that, but it's still an original idea.
The idea doesn't matter. I put it in a like a top tier category, and then there's like movies with just like fading stars and celebrities that just kind of have a name, and then it's like no one goes to see them.
That's how you end up with like the Kevin Costner, what was it, Horizon? It was meant to be a 3 or 4 part movie series. And that's Kevin Costner, the Ego Project.
Yeah.
And it came out, the first one did so bad that they now haven't even released the second one, even though it's done.
Yeah.
They just haven't released it because they know it won't make money.
There's some that are just like admittedly low budget movies that have a star in them that maybe give it a shot in the theaters and then kind of like mainly rely on streaming, I think. But then there's ones where it's kind of baffling that they put that much money into something. And this is just, this problem just ties, I think, both of our brains in knots here because I'm always trying to figure out like what was the motivation of putting that much money into this, knowing like when you put stuff in theaters, who knows it's there and how?
That's the big thing when we say what are these movies, is that there's apparently no advertising anymore. Do you put an ad in the newspaper and then the olds show up because they saw it in the newspaper?
You're asking how people are advertised to. And that's a very good question because I never ever know what movies are coming out unless I go to the website for the local theater company and I look at what's playing now in theaters or I look at like what's coming. And I scroll through and I'm like, I don't know what any of this is.
What are these movies?
I never see ads on broadcast TV for movies, and I do watch broadcast TV. I watch local news and whatever, and I never, ever, ever see an ad on TV because I have cable.
Yeah.
Never.
Well, social media seems like it would be the big one, but I never see ads for any of this shit there either.
Not
Sometimes
really.
you'll see people talking about them, like that Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die movie that just came out with Sam Rockwell. I did see some chatter about that, where people are like, oh, Gore Verbinski made a quirky movie. But I didn't see any like actual advertising for it.
And you had to go look it up.
Yeah, and that didn't do well, right?
So we're talking word of digital mouth?
I guess.
Now,
Which always backfires when a studio tries to capitalize on that. Do you remember the infamous Morbius re-release? That movie Morbius came out and flopped, but then everybody made memes and jokes about it online. So the studio was like, "Oh, maybe there's something to this. People are talking about it. Let's re-release it in theaters."
Yeah.
And then it flopped again. People making fun of your movie doesn't mean they're going to show up to see it.
Well, there's like, I don't know, you cluster the general movie-going, paying population into 3 categories, right? There's guys like us in our early 30s who are on like social media. We follow movie things, we talk movies, and we're just exposed to it that way.
We should know about these movies, and even we haven't heard about these movies.
Right. Maybe we're still we're too young to do Facebook anymore, but we're too old for TikTok and Instagram and all that kind of stuff, right? So then there's the younger generation, right, who are playing video games and tweeting and TikToking and whatever they do.
And aren't interested in movies.
Nice.
And the attention span is shrinking. And they aren't going to the website of the local theater to look. So you have to get to them somehow. I don't know how they know about movies at all, other than they talk about it amongst their friends.
Sure.
Now, I think the Jodie Foster movie, for example, which is called This.
What are these movies?
I think that is, for movies in theaters, the silent majority is olds, 60 plus, who still look in the newspaper or, go to the theater because of senior discounts, and then maybe they're like populating and making movies like that successful. So there's like horror movies though that appeal to the younger generation that do gangbusters.
Yes.
And then there's anomalies, like the reason why we're talking today. We're talking about a movie called Whistle, that it fits all the criteria for a horror picture that's going to do gangbusters at the theaters. It didn't.
I didn't even hear about it until weeks after it was already on streaming.
Until I told you about it. And I only heard about it because I go to Fandango. Fandango at home, formerly known as Voodoo.
Fandango needs to change their business model where you go to their app and you can just scroll through 2-minute scenes from movies, and eventually you'll get through the whole movie. But you just watch it in 2-minute increments, and then you swipe to the next movie, and it's randomized. So you'll watch 2 minutes of Scream 7, 2 minutes of Whistle, and eventually you'll psycho through them. You're like, oh, I remember watching that other scene from Scream 7.
I haven't seen Scream 7, but I have a theory about who the killer is.
Oh, who do you think it is, Mike?
Well, I didn't read any spoilers.
Okay.
I haven't seen the film. But I have a strong feeling that the killer or killers is or are a character that's in the film, that's been set up in the film.
Wow. Do you think in the third act they'll take out their mask, the Ghostface mask, and then they'll give a monologue about why they did everything?
I think so.
But the movie's nothing but red herrings, so there's no way to figure out who it is beforehand?
Right. Yeah.
That might be the case, yeah. It should be pointed out, Scream 7, highest grossing movie in the Scream franchise. So that's we always talk about horror as a safe bet. Whatever else comes out in theaters, everything might flop, but horror movies, especially ones aimed at a younger audience, generally do well.
Except for Whistle.
Except for Whistle.
Well,
which is a movie I kind of want to champion, even though it's not good.
No.
This movie has wrecked my brain.
So let's talk about Whistle. A movie that did not have a huge budget. Budget reportedly of $2 million. Now, some of these budgets might not be accurate, but I did my best.
I'm surprised. That seems to me that'd be a $10 or $15 million movie.
I know.
That's what it feels like.
It's a great-looking film.
Well, we'll get into that. Yeah.
I saw it, and I was like, okay. Ironically, the tagline is "Don't blow it," which they really didn't once I found out what the budget was. It had a domestic opening of $705,000. It was released on 1,200 screens.
That's the shocking part to me.
Hefty amount of screens. $3.4 million worldwide box office. Opened at number 15.
Sure. That sounds about right.
So they just put it in theaters and spent $0 on advertising.
But then again,
what do you spend advertising on?
That seems like this is a movie you advertise on TikTok or something. You pay some influencers to promote it. Maybe they did that. I don't know, but it didn't work.
They could have had a lot of times they'll do a screening and they'll invite influencers,
yeah,
and, kiss their ass and
That was something
things
that
and-
happened with Scream 7. They had like a big, I don't know if it was a premiere, but they did a big screening on like the Paramount lot, and they invited obviously the cast. They invited a bunch of cast from the previous movies. I know about this because I saw a clip of Jamie Kennedy, who was in the first movie, saying that he was not invited to it.
I wouldn't have thought anything of it, because I'm not in the movie. I died a long time ago, but I saw a lot of influencers there. It's weird if you invite an influencer that you don't first say, let's just get the core cast here.
It's like, well, that makes sense. No one cares about you, Jamie Kennedy, even if you're in the original movie. If you want to appeal to an audience that's going to bring in a younger crowd, you invite the influencers.
I mean, it's definitely a solid strategy, and it's 20 million followers or whatever, and then just, I went and saw this movie, it was great. You know, and you can't like say, you better say it's great and point a gun at them, but you could give them gifts and let them meet the celebrities and give them golden popcorn and alcohol and whatever they want.
And they'll just say the movie's great.
And they'll play along because they're influencers and they want to be invited back. That's how it goes.
Oh yeah.
Get in, loser. We're going to see Mean Girls.
Let me tell you how it was at the private screening of the new movie Hard Eyes.
I got invited to a movie premiere.
I was invited to the Twisters movie premiere in West Hollywood.
We just started walking the carpet. Help me pick my outfit for a movie premiere.
I have to be at a movie premiere in an hour.
I was invited to a pre-screening of Dune 2. But when I got to the theater and Timothy Chalamet himself was not there, needless to say, I was disappointed. Okay, now let's be honest. I know nothing about Dune. Girl knows nothing.
I don't have anything country.
I have a country.
We also had a photo booth, but everybody was excited to watch the movie. When we
As I'm sure you guys can see, I've been going to a lot more red carpets lately. Still very common that when I go, I am one of the only black female influencers when you consider that I benefit from colorism, texturism, and featurism.
The nightmare world, really.
Toronto, so my friend and I drove up. The theater was so cool. They also had these awesome cookies and awesome pictures.
We walked down the street to the movie theater, and there I met
I freaking loved it. I watched it.
Why? Why? You're not in the...
Last up, I'm going to spray some perfume because Pete Davidson's going to be there, so I'm spraying my Ariana Cloud so that he's going to want me.
So don't forget, the movie Hard Eyes will be in theaters from 7th of February.
The episode was 10 out of 10, and we can't wait for the next episode. I freaking loved it. Go watch it. It's on Netflix now.
And this is the final look. Let's go see this premiere.
See, if this was a movie that came like not straight to streaming, maybe it played in a couple theaters just for whatever reason, and then it was like an Amazon exclusive or something, then I'd be like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But the fact that it played in 1,200 theaters, is that right?
Yeah.
Like, that's insane to me, that it made so little money, and then nobody's heard of it.
On this topic, Whistle is the case in point.
Yeah.
It's like, this is a movie, if I were cynically going to say, I'm going to make a movie that has a really simple hook, some death scenes, a cast of young people, and it's just going to make that Blumhouse money. Mm-hmm. This is kind of what I would say you should make.
The day you are born, so is your death. If you hear the whistle scream, dying is not a choice.
It's very similar. We always joke about Wish Upon.
Yeah.
It's the Wish Upon movie. I mean, this one's not so stupid it's laughable.
Yeah.
And it doesn't star nobodies. That's the thing. I guess you can get away with it in like the most recent Final Destination movie, which is also comparable to. That one did really well, even though there's no like famous actors in it. But that has the brand recognition, I guess. But this has like, you know, known people in it.
Yeah.
The lead actress, Daphne Keane, is in like Marvel stuff. She was on well, it wasn't a big hit, but she was on The Acolyte, so she's a part of that world.
It's the girl from Logan.
She was in Logan. Like, people know who this is.
Yeah. And Nick Frost is in it too.
And Nick Frost is in it.
It's working a bit too much recently.
Cameo-ish kind of role, but you know, like, you know, it's a real movie, and from the director of The Nun.
Yeah.
The only like thing that I noticed is that it's not a Blumhouse released film, it's IFC.
Mm-hmm.
So the Blumhouse press machine wasn't behind this?
Yeah, that's true.
I don't
they
know
know
why
how to push their movies. Them and like A24.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that is something I did notice. It's, yeah, IFC in conjunction with Shudder, the streaming service Shudder. That it may actually be a reason why it didn't have any promotion, because Shudder, ironically, may be shuttering soon. There's talk of that.
Oh, okay.
Because Shudder is owned by MGM. And MGM has their own streaming service called MGM Plus.
I know, I have it.
And if you subscribe to that, you also, included with that is Shudder. But they apparently, in the last couple of years, they've been doing lots of layoffs. Like Shudder's basically been, all the employees are gone.
Are they getting one-upped by Screenbox?
I don't know. Screenbox, I think, it's probably owned by somebody. I don't know who owns that. That might be like Paramount or something. But I know, like, they did, Shudder they produces The Last Drive-In with Joe Bob Briggs. It's like the only show that anyone watches on Shudder, and that's been canceled.
Oh.
So I think Shudder is, like, going away, and it's all just going to be MGM Plus. So it's possible that this movie, whatever money they were going to put into marketing, they just said, no, we don't want to spend that money. We're just going to cut our losses. I have no idea. This is all theory, just because I know Shudder is kind of, like, on rocky ground.
It's a solid theory. I didn't know Shudder was involved. I just remember IFC.
Yeah.
The Nun director. And I haven't seen The Nun. Did you watch it?
I watched some of it. It's rare for me to completely shut off a movie, but I was so bored. I was getting nothing out of it. But much like this, good-looking movie. The Nun has a lot of atmosphere. It has this kind of like gothic, kind of old school look to it. So this director knows what he's doing, and I'd like to see him make a good movie. But that's the thing, is like this isn't like a cheap-looking horror movie.
No, it's not a cheap-looking horror movie. It's a slick, well-produced movie that has a really nice visuals. It's great death scenes. I mean, we're not touting this as a great film. Like, it's like a grown in a lab movie designed to make $30 to $70 million at the box office on a $2 million budget.
Yes.
And I'm shocked that it didn't, because, like you said, it had some stars in it. It had a great trailer, and a simple, easy to understand premise of Aztec whistle that somehow made its way into a high school kid's locker.
It's a haunted object.
Haunted
movie.
object. And
it's wish upon.
You blow into the whistle, and if you hear the whistle, then you're cursed, and the way that you will eventually die happens to you sooner.
Yes.
It's like Final Destination.
It's like Final Destination, but a little more clunky to explain.
Sure.
Because that idea of like, oh, if you one character was going to die of old age, so she hears the whistle and then she like rapidly ages and dies like immediately. It's a little clunky.
They give you 24 hours to stress out about it.
But that's the thing, is like it's a very stock script. It's very like, it's not like laughably bad like a Wish Upon, but it is very generic.
It's a setup. They blow the whistle, and then they find it in the locker. And it's like then they all end up in detention, and Nick Frost plays a teacher named Mr. Craven.
Mr. Craven.
There's a lot of references, both spoken and in print, to famous horror directors.
So clearly made by people that like horror, because right after that opening scene, that's the big horror opening to get you hooked. And then it cuts to like montage of suburban neighborhoods, and the song playing is the same song that's playing at almost that exact same moment in Nightmare on Elm Street 4, which is also reminding me of like a Nightmare on Elm Street kind of movie.
Yeah. So lots of Easter eggs.
Little Easter eggs for horror fans.
Okay.
You just have to sit through the lamest, most generic plot imaginable, but
even the script isn't like bad. It's fairly.
It's stock. It's very generic, but it's elevated by the visuals and even like the backstory of Daphne Keene. Like it's pretty effective.
Yeah.
That she used to be a drug addict, and her dad was trying to drive her to the emergency room because she was overdosing, got into a car accident and died. So that's like weighing on her. Like that's pretty good. Yeah. That's pretty weighty stuff.
No, but everything's really well set up, and the structure is really good, and there's setups and payoffs, and because you said Daphne Keene's character is a drug addict, and she is in love with a girl at her school. They kind of have a romance. The girl, I forget the actress's name, she's on Yellow Jackets, another star.
Yeah.
And that girl has was she had have an allergic reaction? She has like an EpiPen, or she's diabetic.
Something, yeah.
She's diabetic. So all these little setups that lead to kind of how they're going to die, and then you have the kind of, I guess you call him the villain character. He's the Christian youth pastor.
Oh yeah.
Who's like a fake Christian youth pastor because he wants to just like sell drugs to kids, and he got some kids killed. And then there's the group of friends.
You gotta have the group of friends.
And then but they end up in detention for some reason, and that's where they find the Aztec or Olmec. I can't remember which one.
I think it's Aztec.
Death whistle in the locker of the high school basketball player who had just died. They give Daphne Keane his locker.
Why does it say
She opens it up and they didn't clean out his locker. It's in there. What is this? And then Nick Frost grabs it, and of course he's some kind of expert in ancient Aztec things, and
all, like I said, very stock. It's just an excuse to get you to these death scenes.
Right.
And they're not as like complicated and elaborate as a Final Destination death scene, but they're pretty effective. There's the one kid that was going to die in a car accident, and this is the most like Nightmare on Elm Street sequence.
That was the highlight.
So he gets all contorted in his bedroom. His parents are just like watching and screaming, and it's I don't want to say fun, like it's horrifying, but for this type of movie, like that's what you're getting into.
Yeah.
But again, the directing is very good.
What if I don't want to die? Then you shouldn't have been born.
So near the end, there's this big set piece where it's like this fall harvest festival, something like that. And there's like rides, and there's this great shot where the camera booms up and you see the festival, and then it goes into like what I assume is a digital matte painting of this huge like corn maze, and there's fireworks going off, and everything looks very rich, cinematic. And coincidentally, I had just watched an episode of a terrible television program that I unfortunately watched called School Spirits. It's not terrible. It's kind of bad. It's like a junk program on Paramount Plus.
Sure.
It's made up in Canada.
You gotta fill that content.
It takes place in Wisconsin, in fake Wisconsin, but it's really shot in Canada. But they had a Harvest Fest episode as well, and it's like they had like 8 of those like farmers market tents, and like someone was like spinning a wheel, and then they populated the frame with everybody who was an extra, like 12 extras holding like, fall colored balloons. Fill the frame.
Well, even like
fill the frame with balloons. We don't have anything. And it felt so low budget. It looked so crappy. And then I watched this, and I was like, oh my God, this looks amazing.
Well, even comparable to, I know you saw Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
Yeah.
Which I had not seen it, but I edited the video where you talked about it. And you mentioned that they had like the Freddy Festival or whatever. And that's in the movie, that festival. It's like a whole street festival celebrating these animatronic characters. But it's in the movie for like 2 seconds. Like it's barely relevant to anything. But it's just like one little block with some extras in it. And it feels so, and that's like a bigger name, it's a sequel to a movie that did well.
Blumhouse?
That's a Blumhouse, yeah. I mean, they're notoriously cheap. That's their model. But still, like this movie, Whistle, isn't much higher budget than a Blumhouse movie.
Unless that $2 million is incorrect.
I mean, I guess it could be.
They did amazing things with $2 million.
But when you compare it to I almost called it Freddy Got Fingered 2. Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
I love a Freddy Got Fingered.
It can still happen.
Still happen.
But just comparing those two, which to me seem like they would be similar production budget levels, and Whistle just like blows it out of the water. No pun intended.
I don't know. It seems kind of fake to me.
But especially the end, when they have to go into the car mechanic shop, and the editing and the pacing of it all, it was just like, I felt like I was watching like a James Cameron Terminator movie. This is so fucking well done.
The cinematography especially, because I always talk about like modern movies and how like gray and flat they look, or they're too dark. Like this movie, there's plenty of contrast. Like it looks good. Nobody saw it. What are these movies? But the fact that it's played in theaters, that many theaters, and I didn't hear a word about it when it was in theaters, is just so strange to me.
And that is the crux of why we're having this discussion today. Is
not specifically to praise the movie as some sort of like missed masterpiece.
No,
because it's not that.
It's not a masterpiece. It's a great little horror movie for people that like that genre of. I mean, you're the guy who loves Final Destination movies.
This doesn't hold a candle to Final Destination.
Right.
Those are a lot more creative and fun.
Usually a movie like this will make $75 million at the box office because it is just that perfect recipe, that Blumhouse recipe for success. And we just want to ask the question, what happened?
What happened?
What happened?
Is this a sign of a larger issue or trend going on with theatrically released movies, where more and more are just going to fall through the cracks?
Yeah. Is it a question of $0 was put into advertising this? They just said, we spent $2 million. No one's going to watch this. I hate you. I hate the filmmakers. I hate the actors. The head of IFC Films says, I hate you. I hope your movie fails. You almost have to...
Was it done maliciously?
You almost had to try to make this movie fail.
Yeah.
Because it's just a solid, like, maybe it came out the wrong time of year, maybe releasing around Halloween, it would have done better. You didn't invite enough influencers.
That's got to be the issue, right?
Now, the box office numbers are obviously box office. There's screens, there's opening weekend grosses and worldwide grosses and all that. But we never really truly know how much a movie makes on streaming. I have no idea.
That's always the big question mark. Are these types of movies making enough where it's worth even like releasing them, producing them, and distributing them?
Yeah.
Maybe Whistle has done great on digital rentals. I can't imagine it has because nobody's heard of it. But the fact that it's produced by Shudder makes me think it's probably going to just go direct to Shudder at some point.
Yeah, but the bigger question is the big movies, the ones that pull in, $100 million plus, released by studios, and then the sub-studios and the smaller micro studios and blah, 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 blah. Does the 50 or so movies that cost $10 million to make and then make $104,000 at the box office and go right to streaming, does the big tentpole movie that makes $100 million plus help support the loss accrued from the smaller flops? Then if so, why make the smaller flops?
Just keep all that money.
Super Mario Brothers movies and Chris Pratt gun movies, the things we predict will come true. The movie theater will have 5 screens, they'll all be mega screens, and they'll all play a dinosaur, a Chris Pratt with gun.
I think he's mainly streaming now, though.
Okay.
Chris Pratt's old news. He's out. There's no replacement for him now. It's all just dinosaurs.
A dinosaur, a Mario, a Pixar.
Yeah.
A Toy Story.
And a horror.
F1 race cars, dinosaurs, alien monsters.
All the things that like 8-year-olds love.
Mario.
But they're aimed at all audience
Matchbox
ages.
Cars, the movie.
Booger the movie? When are we getting boogers?
Boogers?
There'll be a new genre.
Yeah.
Did you see the latest booger movie?
Boogers. The boogers that come out of his nose are alive, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And they're just like, each one has a different name. It's like Krusty.
Yeah, you have the fat one, you have the scrawny one.
The crusty one, the one that has a little blood on it. There's all the different kind. There's like a writer's room that's just like idea crunching.
Yeah.
This booger. What kind of boogers are there? So that'll be the movie theaters. Just big, fat junk that makes hundreds of millions of dollars.
And they'll stop even bothering to produce movies like Whistle.
Yeah.
Let's not do it. Let's just, whatever the $2 million that we're going to spend on that, we'll just dump it into the marketing budget for Booger Part 3.
The Booger movie.
The Booger movie.
The Booger movie would do gangbusters. So
Tagline is just, remember boogers?
you are what you eat.
Oh, there you go.
That's it. See, I have some kind of genius marketing brain behind all the fog of dementia. The Booger movie, you are what you eat. And it's just like one of those like fat Pixar kids.
Yeah,
He's just like with his finger up his nose, right?
Yeah.
And
oh, see, I just got to chill because I was like thinking about editing this.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, we would need a poster for that.
Yeah.
Just AI it, but I'm not going to do it. Everybody, just pretend there's a poster.
you can visualize it in your head.
Yeah.
The
Oh
big-
yeah, you can see the poster.
The rosy-cheeked, cherub-faced fat kid from like a Pixar animation with just one finger up the nose.
Yep.
Booger. You are what you eat. A new Pixar movie. $197 million opening weekend, worldwide gross $1.6 billion.
One more. Yes, so hard is good is brilliant idea. Gonna take Captain War, and make him a lot more swole. Fuck. Whatever. That was a bit foolish. Let me read the description there. Rimkrig. Starting logic around here when it comes to mining and ish. That's 50. Next. Right, you're gonna need one more dose of that. Yeah, wishing that they'd added pointless cave. That it? Come on, come in.
Come on.
Oj, grodbär. Så kan man ge mig lite mer än det. So the big that's a mountain. A small one that's a cave. Captain Warframe. Yeah, I can jive with that. Yeah, that is an excellent idea. So let's see. Program activate. No. Other program activate. Then Hmm. There we bloody blooming go. Fan får jag lov att byta vapen. Man, you guys suck at this. for a beginner. There we go. Okay. This part is mine. Yeah. Finally abused this arrow a bit.
Good work today. Not only have we decoded the enemy transmissions, we have also disrupted their communications.
Very bloody blooming. Yes, yes, yes. Warframe.
Microphone activated. Microphone muted.
Shit! The guards set the first car on fire. I'm sealed in here. Try to get to the roof. From there you can get to the locomotive.
Yes, blown to smithereens.
I'm not even sure how I can summarize this game, other than an insanely fast-paced shooter with great environments, insane plot, and human-animal hybrids, like Coco the Mortar Gorilla or the Rhino Dozer. This is also loosely based on the Island of Dr. Monroe novel by H.G. Wells and the 1932 movie Island of Lost Souls, which also attempts to adapt the book, but really just wants the main character to sleep with a panther woman for some reason. There's plenty to talk about, but I have a big disclaimer before we get into things. I know some of you like to just download the game and play it yourself without spoilers, but this game uses Starforce DRM that will mess up your system if you run it without patching it first. I'm serious, don't do it. I'll explain how to install it safely in the fixes section. To talk about Vivisector, first we need to look at the Ukrainian developer Action Forms. They've started in the DOS era with Chasm the Rift, a 1997 classic boomer shooter, and a few carnivore games, hunting adventures similar to Cabela, but with dinosaurs and other odd creatures on a different planet. Using their proprietary Atmosphere engine, they've started work on a Duke Nukem game titled Endangered Species that would have pitted Duke against all sorts of wild animals, including a shark. Now that's a boss fight I would have wanted to experience. The game was cancelled in late 2001, but this allowed the devs to turn it into Vivisector. Some of the assets were reworked, but looking at the Duke Nukem concept art, weapons like the M16 or the optic rifle look identical, and the general UI layout is the same. This is a soup of 3 hunting games, the bones of Duke Nukem, Russian DRM, a 130-year-old novel, a poor movie adaptation, and just enough jank to make you want more, all distilled in a short game ready for consumption. So let's get this thing working. It has been abandonware for a good while now, so you can get it from my abandonware and bother with the 9-step installation process and risk the wrath of the worst DRM in existence, or you can just get the repack by RG Mechanics, which comes pre-patched, and grab the widescreen fix as well if you desire. If you didn't grab the repack and install the regular version, there's no need to panic, just grab the Starforce drivers removal tool. And that's it. The game runs fine without any issues, but it does tend to crash after some cutscenes finish playing. So just save often, and thankfully you can just load the save, skip the cutscene, and it won't crash. You might still encounter the odd bug, but I can assure you that goatmen with shotguns in the walls are perfectly normal. Welcome to Sorio, a small, uninhabited volcanic island somewhere in the Pacific. Naturally, the island is inhabited by the fake Dr. Monroe, here called Dr. Moorhead, and his legion of cyborg-enhanced animals, as well as the half-human, half-beast men who are in the midst of a revolution. Instead of an outcast working in a shack trying to push the limits of surgery, we have a government-funded facility that mass-produces hybrids for an army. A team of Navy SEALs was sent to investigate strange reports concerning the island. They go missing, and our protagonist, Kurt Robinson, is sent on a rescue mission to find them. The island starts off as you'd expect, with fishing huts in a jungle, before you run into remnants of a military group abandoned here, still defending the place against monsters. I honestly love the blend of old abandoned bunkers and facilities that are followed by sci-fi installations. It gives you the impression of a regular action shooter until the cyborg hyenas are teleported to your position and concrete silos turn out to be strange Tesla devices. So, what's on the island? Most of the outside levels are in a jungle littered with tunnels, training facilities, trenches, and checkpoints. Escaping a mine shaft or a laboratory puts you outside the ruins of large structures, and the sci-fi elements start to ramp up with the Amazon teleporter, ensuring same-day delivery of cyborg animals straight to you, and other strange devices. One moment you're balancing on wires, and the next you're in a web of bunkers on the side of a chasm. I'm not sure how the snowy zones with coniferous trees ended up on a tropical island, but I can't question the realism of a level when literal wolves with M16 rifles are trying to kill me. The vegetation itself and the interior still look amazing, but the ground and the hills aged poorly, mostly because of this fog that limits your render distance. It's alright when you're walking around in the jungle, but climb on top of a tower and you'll barely see the ground. Quite a few levels that put you high in the air would benefit from an increase to fully enjoy each vista and reduce the feeling you're on Cloud City. What starts out as a regular shooter environment turns into a tense exploration of ruins and automated facilities filled with interesting enemies. Speaking of interesting enemies, there are quite a few. Looking past the generic marines, we have a menagerie of cyborg-enhanced animals, from legions of electric hyenas to flame-spitting jaguars and stealth panthers. It's times like these when I miss the whip from Revolution. So these were the usual suspects, but the creativity of the devs shines when the Rhino bulldozer starts to charge, or when you're surrounded by bear tanks with rocket launchers. It's fun to fight the whole zoo, But things get harder when they start walking on two legs and someone surgically modified their paws to hold guns. Goatmen jumping everywhere, wolf packs with assault rifles, and other monstrous hybrids await you on the island. Both the book and the movie like to use the term vivisector and vivisection when referring to the work they're doing, so it's easy to see why a game based on them would use it as a name. It means to perform invasive and often painful surgical procedures on living animals for research, anatomical study, or testing. In-game, this means that every enemy has a destructible meat layer you can remove with impunity. But they also have metal plates and various enhancements, so you need to aim for different body parts depending on what animal you're fighting. While you can't detach limbs or heads from the body without an explosion, you can and you will expose a lot of bone throughout the game. Besides this being a fun mechanic that makes your weapons feel powerful as you shred the flesh of a pack of hyenas, you also get to see a lot of details on the hybrids. Kill one of the jaguars that breathe fire, open him up, and you'll find a fuel canister in the chest cavity. I guess all those organs were optional. It does lead, however, to a few silly encounters where you blast a soldier, removing 60% of his body mass, but he still has 1 HP and runs around on bloody skeleton legs. At its core, this is primarily an action game, but there are a few glimpses of horror beneath the skin, with flayed beasts that try to ambush you on tight corridors, and the mutilation you can inflict on each enemy. Even the main menu starts with the body lying on a surgical bed, and each subsequent option is showing you a different part of the monster they're making. The game also has a few destructible objects, mostly vents and crates that refuse to obey the laws of physics, but also a really mesmerizing effect when breaking glass. So let's move on to the audio. The game has a lot of smaller tracks sprinkled around for tense moments, dramatic reveals, or combat arenas. But you'll mostly hear your own guns and the animalistic screams of the beasts you're shooting at. Still, the music ranges from anticipation building tracks to full-on industrial electronic pieces you could have easily found in a Red Alert game. Voice acting on the other side is weird. I wouldn't call any of them stellar.
We've lost contact with them and need to launch a rescue mission immediately. That's where we come in.
It's mostly just people giving you orders. I did enjoy the sentient lion we're friends with.
Paltry humans! You have a penchant for self-destruction. So naive and gullible.
But there's also a lot of dumb lines. It's like a pendulum constantly swinging between well-crafted takes on morality, humanity, and the pursuit of science.
Faith. People lose faith every day. Our hourglass counts the depths of our souls. Each grain just adds to the void.
To just insane ramblings about taking over the world.
My new warriors will soon be here, and I'll have access to it. Then I'll find Moorhead and re-establish the order on the island.
So what about the gameplay, you ask, without me hearing it, because that's not how watching a video works. It's pure chaos. I've played my fair share of old and new shooters, but this one is really a constant gunfight. Reminds me a bit of Serious Sam, but instead of enemies sprinting towards you, they teleport to your location every 10 steps. Coupled with the fact that you have 16 weapons that you don't need to reload, because that would only slow you down, you have an intense, fast-paced fight where you constantly have to jump around and backpedal to dodge the hordes of animals, especially on the hardest difficulty. You've got 4 to choose from, lovely named in order: Inspection, Therapy, Surgery, and Vivisection. I have no idea what each difficulty does, probably just increases the enemy HP and damage, because on Vivisection, Kurt feels very fragile. One wrong move in a fight and you're back to the start of the mission if you don't quick save like a maniac. There's a way to mitigate this, however, with the upgrade system. On lower difficulties you could grab run speed or weapon accuracy, but on the highest, resistance and max HP are very important to prioritize. You get points to spend in a number of ways, from carving up bodies, getting multi-kills, fatalities or speed kills, to exploring off the beaten path and finding secret areas. Besides ammo caches and extra points, you'll find a bunch of anatomical sketches made by Leonardo da Vinci. It's unclear if Moorhead is a fan, or this is just some erotic literature dropped by one of the Beastmen hoping to be a real boy one day. The missions are split into 4 chapters, and whenever you start a new one, your power, accuracy or weapon capacity is increased based on how much you use the corresponding weapon. As opposed to other games, I actually used my entire arsenal here and not just the best guns. This means that I barely made any progress on the weapon upgrades, and by the end of the game they ranged from 0 to 15%, surely working as intended. All things considered, it's a solid FPS experience, and things only got better from chapter 2 onward when everything became a carnage. Before getting into the story highlights, here's a quick summary of the book so we can compare the game with the source material. Dr. Monroe is a brilliant surgeon who was forced to leave London after performing experiments on animals. As an outcast, he retreated to a remote island where he continued his life's work, namely transforming beasts into men. The novel's protagonist, Edward Pendrick, is rescued from a shipwreck and ends up on the same boat as Dr. Monroe's assistant who is delivering a shipment of animals. He is forced off the boat on Monroe's Island, and he is reluctantly accepted as an uninvited guest until the next boat would come around to pick him up. He confuses the cries of a puma from the lab with those of a man and tries to escape through the jungle, where he finds a village of half-men, half-beasts created by the good doctor. He is pursued and brought back, where they explain how these aren't men he's experimenting on, but animals he's been trying to transform into rational creatures. They're capable of speech, but still horribly disfigured, with each one retaining aspects from the original creature. The beast flesh always creeps back. The book delves into some heavy themes about the ethical limits of science, the human identity, religion, and the struggle of these hybrids to resist their nature and live under a law they could not understand. The arrogance of playing God ended when Monroe died chasing after the escaped puma hybrid, leaving the protagonist alone on the island. Edward watches as the beast folk revert back to animals, losing the capacity for speech and walking upright. He eventually escapes on a raft after about a year, and the sailors that visited the island after his rescue didn't find any signs of life. An enjoyable novel, something that can't be said about the 1932 movie. The story is quite rushed and very different from the source material. It honestly feels like they based the script on an AI summary of the book. Monroe was a pervert obsessed with trying to get the protagonist to mate with the panther woman, who instead of being a monster is just a regular woman with unsightly nails. They don't procreate because Monroe dies, shredded by beastmen, while Edward escapes when his wife came to rescue him, saving an entire generation of kids from a furry fetish. Wikipedia claims this is science fiction horror, but the scariest part is how they managed to make a movie without understanding anything from the book. If you're in the mood for an older sci-fi movie with a game tie-in, just watch the Stalker one. So how does the game's story compare? It's batshit insane mostly, which is apparently a prerequisite for the games I review. Liam and his squad are missing after trying to infiltrate the island, so the next logical step is to send another squad to find them. Kurt apparently likes to sleep with his superiors, and Malika is trying to tell us something important before the mission. But this is one of the rare cases where the protagonist speaks and dismisses her. Once we reach the island, we find a radio with a message from Liam, and things escalate slightly. Malika dies after 90 seconds of screen time to make her death really impactful. We meet the remnants of a military force still defending the island, and it feels like we're fighting bushes in Vietnam. Despite the teleporting hyenas, we're still attacked by our fellow humans because we don't have valid identification, so we show up as a red dot on their minimap. After a small free-for-all, we find a transloader with a heads-up display so we can start earning upgrade points. We enter a Tesla tower through a small window, and it makes me feel like a zapped bug. Past the various tunnel hazards and a vivisection patient, we have the first arena of the game. Some waypoints have cages that lock you in and force you to fight waves of enemies while also teleporting ammo and health. Is this a trap for soldiers or a test for me? At least our evac is here. I am fighting in a literal ring of fire, but these arenas aren't that bad. Oh god, they're grilling me. We finally make contact with Mr. Clean. I shatter any hope of escape while his position is overrun, and we have to regroup deeper into the jungle. We approach a village, and Liam is instructing us to activate our transloader because everything is a subscription nowadays. The only thing I receive in the village is a mortar barrage from the grenade gorillas. I find the authorization terminal in a cave, but sadly the process is interrupted, and with the console destroyed, the soldiers will hate me forever. We need to push through to reach General Dogstone, who's in charge of this whole operation, but I have more important things to do as fire mages, or perhaps Destruction Warlock Lions, are ambushing me. At least things are calming down. What the fuck was that? At least it's not invisible panthers supported by a half-bear, half-tank chariot thing, right? One small climb later and we find the radio. We make contact with the general, who reveals our mission was fake and the true purpose was to bring me on the island. No idea why he's pulling up Facebook pictures from my beach trip with Malika. No wait, this game came out in 2005. These are MySpace pictures. Good soldiers follow orders, so onward we go. At one point in the book, the main character is chased by a monster through the jungle, and he begins to feel as if every shadow was an ambush and every rustle a threat. That's how I feel when cyborg animals can teleport around me from anywhere at any time. I get the M60 and stare at the most obvious boss arena in existence before making my way down to fight the equivalent of a small zoo, only to get trampled under the wheels of a rhino. Yes, wheels. It took a few tries, but my reward for this was having enough points for an upgrade. I'll pick resistance, so this won't happen as often. But I still can't resist getting pushed off a cliff. After surviving the fall, we find a plank on the beach and Kurt has a flashback from his childhood. Not only is he a shipwrecked baby who wound up on the island, but the plank is still here, intact, on the same beach 40 years later. One hilarious minecart ride away and we find the entrance to a lab, just in time for another flashback. It seems that Dr. Moorhead and Dogstone have been working together, and this is a full-blown government project, not just the hobby of a mad doctor who experiments on shipwrecked babies.
My god, it's a baby! A human baby!
Also, how come both Moorhead and Dogstone look exactly the same now as they did 30-40 years ago when I was a baby? I find the mother of all medkits, and I wish I could bring this room with me for the rest of the game, but instead I listen to the good doctor read a few pages from his manifesto.
They had faith and came to the sacred place they had made for themselves, came to ask the Creator, not aloud, but in thought.
As I try to find the exit, at least the caves are peaceful. The whole place is wired to blow, and Liam sadly doesn't know how countdowns work.
3, 2, 1. Yes! Blown to smithereens!
Inside the giant birdcage, I use a hyena to fix the wiring, and we have to retreat to the dam in order to blow up the mod beast cages. They won't give up without a fight, and this is one of the most intense encounters of the whole game, with the beasts throwing everything at me, including way too many bears. I almost get run over again and blow up the cages. Surely this will stop the animals, right? At least it's dying fast. At least it won't have a third phase where the ass splits from the giant abomination so it can shoot rockets at me. Moorhead won't stop the attacks until I return to the island, but I'm here and he's trying to kill me. So let's make our way to a communication center so we can prove my existence. Hyenas are walking on 2 paws while using Tesla guns. It's clear the second generation of humanoid animals has rebelled against their creators and even started painting the walls with propaganda. Viva la revolución! Seize the means of vivisection. We pass through a training facility and the only way in is by crossing high voltage wires like we're at the circus. Yeah, he hasn't aged a bit since I was a baby. He does look very yellow though, but you know what they say, the camera adds 10 pounds and jaundice. So negotiations have failed and Moorhead plans to start a new generation of humans that will worship him as God. And he needs me to do it. That's why we're still under attack by sentient animals. We try to escape with a jeep, but things happen while I'm trying to find the switch that opens the gate. My friends were captured, but there's always time to stop for a beer in a nice place. Too bad I can't enjoy the sunset because of the cheetah assassins that keep trying to shank me. Welcome to the Rams Mountain Center. This place really should have some dramatic music to go along with the reveal. Oh, there we go. It's filled with goatmen, and I mean a lot of goatmen. You also can trust grenades in this game because what is that bounce? I guess we're not taking that chopper, but there's another solution just one short crane swing away. Even more goatmen later, we reach the antenna and remotely activate this unmanned chopper.
Yes, blown to smithereens.
We then fight our way through sci-fi tunnels to reach the most unsafe tram ride in existence. How is this OSHA compliant? Up until this point, I feel like we've encountered interesting animals, but they feel a bit underused since each of them had their own level. Perhaps combining them would make the game even better. I soon came to regret those words. The human-animal revolution is in full swing, and now I'm starting to have flashbacks.
Remember, no rushing.
The game is quite balanced because while I can massacre an entire elevator of hyenas in what will probably be Exhibit A at my war crimes trial, one goatman with an exploded ballsack can also gun me down. I wonder how is Dogstone able to see my exact position at all times and talk to me on the radio while being imprisoned. Doesn't he have any guards? I'm trying to get in the helicopter, but it keeps ascending away from me. And here you can see the third highest threat to me in this game, my own inability to jump properly. I finally get on, and we arrive at the Lion's compound, where Liam and the General are held captive. Once I get rid of unwanted passengers, I resume my Fortunate Son vibes and get into another crotch shooting match on the elevator ride down. I break them out of their cozy prison with unlimited radio contact, and in what I can only describe as a Scooby-Doo situation, they send me to disable the alarm, then leave without me. One game of Whack-A-Cheetah later, I make it out just in time to join my friends.
Sorry, Liam. You have to stay here. Huh? What's going on?
What was that sound?
Huh?
The lion makes some good points, so it's time to join the war on furries on the side of the furries.
Me to him. I believe we both want this. Am I right?
I will soon discover the horrors of war, walking into a fog with enemies that don't even bother to teleport anymore, they just spawn behind you. What do I find inside? World War I minefields and trench warfare. I guess I'm the only one who's stressed about this because this guy seems pretty relaxed. Beyond the trenches, we find the biggest buffalo I've ever seen. I can't kill it, so I guess I'm supposed to use it to progress somehow. Please don't monologue at me while a buffalo minotaur with a rocket launcher for a hand is chasing me. The lion also calls me to explain Project Overbrute. When enhanced animals and human-animal hybrids failed, the best of the best were transported to the third perimeter to become animal cyborgs with unfeeling AIs that won't rebel. Next up is a train station, but I'm wondering why the humanimals are still hostile to me since I've joined their cause.
One more thing. You're a man and they don't like you, and you're all soldiers. So everyone is fair game when it comes to war. There's nothing I can do to protect you.
Now that's racist, but that's one badass train. It was around this point I couldn't put the game down anymore because I was having so much fun in the encounters. Once we got on the train, we just have to make our way to the front, same as every train section to ever exist in any game. It's more of a hunt for soldier corpses, as they have the keycards I need to open the next carts. We have to alter the train's route, so naturally I stole the 4 Monster energy drink cans that program the train, and we just need to install them in the engine room. I didn't plan on riding the roof of a burning megatrain on an endless foggy bridge, but I'm enjoying it. Since the beasts can't kill me with level 3 resistance, they have to resort to cheap tricks like visual bugs to catch me off guard.
Yes.
If you want to die like a hero, I'll oblige you. It's an honorable way for a soldier to die.
Apparently it's honorable to die with your foot caught in the engine. I replaced the cans, but I don't think I did it right. Damn shame about the train, but I hope Simba survive at least.
Listen, Kurt, are you still alive? Kurt!
A short walk through a mine that has way too many ammo crates leads us to the train cart where the lion is trapped. I use my superhuman strength to move a boulder out of the way, but he decides to phase through metal. So I'm not sure why he didn't just escape that way. He probably can't pass through stone. The game feels I've been enjoying myself too much, so now it's time to fight the Overbrutes. They call them that because of their overtuned stats and high damage. I fall down deeper into the mine, where only the coolest of secret steel mills exist. In this magma-lit cavern, I find the armor-piercing rifle that still needs 2 shots to kill anything for some reason, and the ghost rifle, which is my new favorite way of skinning these monsters alive. There's a new mecha bird helicopter thing with gun feet that's buzzing about, but that won't stop me from helping my new best friend. Or maybe it will. Inside the factory, we have to deal with toxic gas, Puma women with M60 rifles, and the weird ragdoll effects from the steam vents. All of this molten metal looks way too delicious to pass up. I goof around riding the smelter cauldrons, and I pretend I understood the instructions given to me.
The arm in the cab opens the transport gate. Activate it and get down here. I blocked the door leading to the control panel so the wolves can't get to me. Go through the metal rolling line to get to the trolley. Sorry, it's the only way. Hurry up before they break the door down.
So much of this reminds me of Jedi Academy, from the train sections to the production line you have to navigate. Gods, I should just replay that instead of inserting references to it in every video. Anyway, thanks again for the help. This cart leads to Moorhead's lab, where I meet with his loyal staff and help them move a special project into containment. It's the Panther, of course. The hybrid that killed Monroe in the book, and the woman they tried to bang in the movie is here. Naturally, something goes horribly wrong, and now she's free. What's her superpower, you ask? Well, she has an infinite supply of sticky mines, regenerating flesh, and invisibility. A lovely combo. It's obviously time to run, but it was nice to see the modern lab creating all the new beasts in contrast to the older facilities we've seen in the start of the game. Considering the fact that the engine is called Atmosphere, and the next game they developed was a psychological horror named Cryostasis, it's clear the devs are a fan of horror and wanted to include it in their games. While Vivisector doesn't really have any scary sections, being armed to the teeth and all, but they sure tried to make this corridor as unnerving as possible. Incomplete skinless monsters are crawling around, trying to eat my ass. We have to fix the Freon flow before the whole place thaws out and releases more monsters, but the Panther Woman is still here, so complications arise. But at the final hour, we get saved by Simba the Lion. I can't give him one last hug without blowing up the whole lab, so this is goodbye, my friend. Naughty panthers get frozen in ice blocks. I'm going to skip a bit through the snowy areas. The only things you really need to know about are the frozen dinosaur that needs the password KURT to open the door to the giant fridge where all the animals are kept. A train ride later, we reach a zeppelin anchored outside the base. The metal birds take me up in the sky just like the Anor Londo demons from Dark Souls. And our furry friend is also joining us for the final confrontation. Moorhead is 100% the perverted movie version of Monroe, as he starts a whole discussion on how I'd be a great father and reveals that Malika is still alive and pregnant. General Kidney Stone just sits there in a mech suit, listening in on my personal conversation with my future wife's gynecologist, trying to sway me one last time, before the lion sacrifices himself yet again. They should have called him dog shit, as the final boss fight was very underwhelming. And I honestly had more problems with the Rhino Dozer from the start. Here's the full fight. Pop 2 shots to make sure he's dead before stealing the mech to sink to the bottom of the ocean, passing by the ship that carried me as a baby. Apparently my child is the future of the human race. He probably chose me for genetic experimentation to be the only man with hair on the planet, since everyone on the island, and I assume the world, is bald. The room floods, and we escape with Malika to the surface, where she wakes up, along with the genetically modified baby. I'm sure I'll be a great father, teaching my kids how to run faster based on how many kills they have. I just wish Dogstone was alive for the birth, so he could go.
Oh my god, it's a baby! A human baby!
Truly an insane tale. Good thing the gameplay is up to par on this one. There's also an older trailer for the game called Vivisector Beast Inside, which is quite different from the game we have now. With ending choices and different playable characters, namely KURT, Liam or Malika. It's funny how Liam seemed to be the default character and he's the one depicted on each of the skills in the upgrade menu. We still have the same animal revolution, similar gameplay in the Ring of Fire arena, and the scene where we have to jump off a cliff. Was Kurt supposed to be Moorhead in this version?
These creatures, you're going against the ways of God!
General, looks like you still haven't understood anything. I am the god.
I'm not sure, but I can say this whole thing was great gameplay in enjoyable environments, probably a lot more relaxed when played on a lower difficulty. 5 out of 5 Panther Icicles. If you're wondering why there haven't been any new videos in a while, and what's up with the giant bloody hole, I have... Boink. Boink, boink, boink. There we go. You bit like that. Oh shit. Yeah, boy. Boy. Dung dung dung.
Mm. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mhm. Okej. Okej, helvete. Mm. Mm. I keep regretting so many things. So annoying. Mm. Okay. Jeg er så sprø og sterk.
Mhm.
Nei. Nei, ikke den kabelen, ikke den kabelen. Den kabelen. Slik kan jeg gjøre det på telefonen for foten. Helvete. Hvordan? Yeah. Escalation. Oh, so I think this is very good time to